Good afternoon and welcome to Doane Baseball here on the Doane Sports Network on YouTube as we have the Concordia Bulldogs from Seward, Nebraska coming in town to play your Doane University Tigers here in Crete, Nebraska. For the visitors starting lineups for the 18-13 Bulldogs, who also share a 7-3 record in the GPAC, the Bulldogs go like this. Casey Berg will be batting first and playing third base. Christian Meza will be the second baseman, batting second. The DH will be Jason Galano. He's batting third. Batting cleanup, the first baseman, Caleb Geiger. Batting fifth, the right fielder, Christian Montero. Batting sixth, the center fielder, Jake Adams. Batting seventh, the left fielder, Taylor Nelson. Batting eighth, the catcher, Ryan Fessmeyer. And rounding up the order of batting ninth, the shortstop, Logan Ryan. On the bump for Concordia is going to be Wade Council. The left-handed pitcher comes in with a lot of success this year with a 2.81 ERA, a 4-0 record, and 5 appearances, 3 starts. But 2 of those starts have been complete games for Council, as he's gone 25 2/3 inning pitch to shielding 31 hits, giving up 8 earned runs on 24 strikeouts and 9 walks, and a 3.04 batting average against. Now for your Doane University Tigers. Starting off the lineup at shortstop, Tommy Anderson batting second to the third baseman, Jake Smith. Batting third, the DH, Kevin Clausen. Batting fourth, the first baseman, Eduardo Yanez. Batting fifth, the center fielder, Trent Geary. Batting sixth, the second baseman, Chris Jackson. Batting seventh and catching, Nate Sliva. Batting eighth, the left fielder, Ty Haase. And rounding up the lineup in the 9th spot, the right fielder, Jacob Dewey. On the mound for the Tigers is going to be Jake Chirillo. Jake has pitched a lot in relief outings so far this year, as he's has a 3-1 record with a 4.94 ERA. That's in 13 appearances, but once again, none of those have been starts. So this is Chirillo's first start of the year, as he's pitched heavy in relief for the Tigers, but he's going to get the call for the first game of this doubleheader against the Bulldogs, as he's went 27 1/3 innings pitched, allowing 28 hits, 15 earned runs with 30 strikeouts and 5 walks. We'll have first pitch right in a moment. You're watching the Doane Sports Network.
Thank you, and welcome once again.
And we're back, and first pitch is right underway. Once again, I'm Clayton Harrison. I'll try to keep you going on at home. If you would like to open up the stats page along with your YouTube browser, go ahead and do that, as I would encourage you to keep focused on everything going on here at the ballpark. Once again, we do have to mention we do have another extra camera angle out in the outfield, so we hope that provides to your pleasurement of enjoyment of watching this contest.
Not just any chicken drumstick, one that is barbecued to perfection.
Jake Trio on the mound for the Tigers. Once again with 4.94 ERA with a 3-1 record as the lefty will have his first start of the season. Around the diamond for the Tigers at third base is Jake Smith. At shortstop is Tommy Anderson. At second is Chris Jackson. At first is Eduardo Yanez. Out in right field is Jacob Dewey. In center field is Trent Jerry. And in left field is Ty Haase with Kevin Clausen, the DH this evening.
Candy, chips.
And a quick rundown of Concordia's batting order. Once again, leading off is Berg, batting second is Mesa, Galano batting third, Geiger batting fourth, fifth Montero, sixth is Adams, seventh is Nelson, eighth is the catcher Fesmeyer, and ninth is Ryan. So once again, that goes Berg, Mesa, Galano, Geiger, Montero, Adams, Nelson, Fesmeyer, and Ryan, as Casey Berg will lead things off for the Bulldogs. As Trio gets the first sign from Sliva, and the first pitch is in there on the outside corner, strike one. A good fastball from Trio. Second pitch is in there right at the same spot for Trio. Once again, this is Trio's first start, as the lefty has been one of the mainstays in the Tigers' pen. Trio lines and delivers. Trio repping the stirrup socks with the pants pulled up right below the knees. One, two the count on Berg, who has a .372 average. Big curveball fouled away. Just got a piece of it was Casey Berg. Berg toes the rubber once again. Trio rather, pitches to Berg. Low and away, ball two. Wind blowing in, so it's going to be a tough day for guys at the plate. Trio delivers. Fouled away as he had a little bit of a hesitation on his windup there, kind of somewhat similar of Johnny Cueto. A little bit of a hesitation on the leg kick. Tried to throw Berg off, but Berg was able to foul it away. The 2-2. Curveball just misses upstairs. And Trio wanted that one. Just couldn't get it to break into the zone in time. The count will go full with a nice patient at bat for Casey Berg. The full count. Big swing and a miss, strike three. And Trio records the first out with a strikeout. Now Trio will deal against Christian Mesa, the second baseman. He's batting .364 on the year. 7 doubles so far for Mesa. The count is now 2-1. Trio struck out Berg to lead off the inning. The 2-1 count, Trio winds and delivers. Fouled away. Two balls, two strikes to Mesa. As he'll step back into the box. The pitch is flied to center field. And that's going to be glided in and caught
third, the designated hitter, number
by
15,
Jerry.
Jason
As
Galliano.
Jerry had no problems dealing with the wind and was able to make an easy catch for out 2. And that'll bring up Galano. Jason Galano, the DH, will step into the box. Galano is batting .315 on the year, has 4 big flies, 7 doubles. As he jumps on the first pitch, grounds it over to Smith. Smith fires to Yanez, and that's in the dirt and past Yanez. And that'll be a throwing error on Smith, which will allow Galano to advance to second.
First
Smith
baseman, number 5, Caleb Geiger.
did play shortstop last year, and he's had a little bit of a tough time transitioning over to third base on that throw. As when we've seen him make errors this season, it has been on the throw. So he's been fielding mostly everything cleanly. A good fielder who played short last year, but with Tommy Anderson coming back to the ball club, he has had the time at shortstop this year. First pitch is an off-speed pitch from Trillo, who, he's just got to focus in here. He should be out of the inning, but that cannot be going through his head as he faces the cleanup hitter, Caleb Geiger. The 0-1 pitch is up and away. A high towering pop-up. Smith is drifting out to it, and he'll make the catch for out number 3.
For the Bulldogs, no runs, no hits.
The Bulldogs get one on base from a Doane Tiger error, but they'll strand him at second. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Doane Tigers coming up, as it'll be Anderson, Smith, Clausen next on the Doane Sports Network. Leading off for the Tigers is Anderson, as he'll go against Wade Council, who, as I mentioned, the freshman has had a great year with a 2.81 ERA, the tall lefty. For the Tigers, it'll go Anderson, Smith, Clausen, Yanez, Jerry, Jackson, Sliva, Haase, and Dewey. As Anderson watches the first pitch fastball in the outside corner, strike 1. The 0-1, the line, and the pitch. Grounded to third. That'll be gobbled up by Berg, and he'll throw it across the diamond
Third baseman
for the first
number
out
6,
of the bottom of the
Jake
first.
Smith.
That'll bring up Jake Smith, who is batting second today. He did spend a lot of the time in the early part of the season batting leadoff, but Coach Oltman's looking to shake things up just a little bit. He put as Smith is batting in the 2 holes today with Anderson batting leadoff. The wind from Council and the first pitch to Smith is just a little bit low and inside. Smith did make an error on the field in the first inning, on the top of this inning rather, as he watches a fastball in the outside corner. Smith is batting .320 on the year in 122 at-bats. Big breaking ball didn't catch the zone, and that'll go back to the screen. Smith has 9 doubles on the year. He's walked 6 times, struck out 15. Big swing and a miss as he tried to yank that changeup on the outside part of the plate all the way to left field and came up empty. 2-2 the count, 1 out as Wade Council gets the sign and delivers just a bit off the outside corner. As his battery mate is Ryan Fessmeyer. So they'll be working together this afternoon as Smith fouls the 3-2 offering away. Clausen will follow. Clausen's the DH today. And if anybody gets on, it'll be Eduardo Yanez. The wind and the pitch. Big swing and a miss. As it looked like it might have been something a little off speed as Smith was early and swung right through it. As he tells a little bit of information to Clausen, maybe talking about that changeup as Clausen will step into the box for his first at-bat of the plate appearance of the day. First pitch, grounded to short. That'll be gobbled up by Logan and thrown across.
For the Tigers, no runs, no hits.
As Logan Ryan will record the 3rd out. We'll head into the 2nd inning, still scoreless. We'll be right back. Christian Montero will lead things off for the Bulldogs. The number 5 hitter is the right fielder. He'll go 5, 6, 7 with Montero, Adams, and Nelson. Trio winds and delivers. Low in the dirt, ball 1. As Trio hums a strike on the outside corner, and the count will go to 1-1. Once again, this is the Doane Sports Network. We're scoreless in the 2nd inning. So an off-speed pitch is spoiled away by Montero. And Trio's ahead in the count 1-2. Outfield shaded Montero just a little bit to pull. The 1-2. A high pop-up. Drifting over to make the play will be Jerry for out number 1. Jerry's playing center field, and he did play some second base and a variety of infield positions while pinch running a lot for the Tigers last year. And Coach Oltman's made the decision to play him in center field, and at least defensively, that shift has been seemed to be made pretty seamlessly for the athletic 2-sport center fielder Trent Jerry. Hard hit ground ball. That's going to get through the hole as that'll be the first Bulldog hit by Jake Adams as he jumped on a first pitch fastball from Trio. The Bulldogs have 1 on, 1 out. That'll bring up Tyler Nelson, the first lefty Bulldog to face the lefty Trio. Correction, the second lefty, Casey Berg, led off the game as the Bulldogs have 2 lefty bats to face the Tiger Southpaw. Jake Adams has stolen 6 bases. He's been caught once. He has scored 29 runs on the base paths so far this year. So it's something that Trio is going to want to somewhat keep an eye on over there at first base as he can go. Once again, Nate Sliva is the catcher. The pitch, a curveball jumped on and yanked to right field. Drifting under it will be Dewey, and the tag will be made by Adams, but he won't go anywhere as the throw gets chucked into the infield by Dewey, and there's 2 outs.
Batting 8, catcher, number 4, Ryan Festmeyer.
You'd have to imagine that Tyler Nelson could have hit that ball a long ways if he would have just had a little better timing, as Trio really kind of hung that curveball to him. And it really didn't break how he wanted it to and kind of sat up there looking pretty fat for Nelson, but he was unable to do anything with it. It was just a long fly ball to Dewey. 1 on, 2 out as Ryan Festmeyer, the catcher, steps in the box. Festmeyer has a .288 average on the year. He struck out 13 times so far this year. Ground ball to short. And that'll scoot under the glove of Anderson. And the defensive woes early are not helping Trio get out of innings, as that's back-to-back 2-out errors for the Tigers.
Shortstop, number 1.
And Trio is going to have some bonus pitches once again if he wants to get out of this jam.
Pitch running for Festmeyer, first base.
Anderson looked like he was expecting a little bit of a short hop, and the ball just scooted right underneath his glove. And all he had to do was knock it down and pitch it to second, where Chris Jackson would have been covering. But nonetheless, there's runners on first and third as Festmeyer is at first and Adams at third. Festmeyer not a big threat to steal, as he has yet to try to swipe a bag this year. It should be noted that they are not courtesy running for correction. It looks like there is a runner that might be that's Johnny May, the sophomore outfielder, will be running for Festmeyer. So my apologies there. Johnny May does have 4 stolen bases, so a little bit more of a threat than Festmeyer, who the count goes to 2-1, and very weird kind of situation there, as Johnny May just looked like he got sniped at first base and fell down, and nobody really seemed to do anything about it, as he just kind of casually strolled back to first base. Nate Sliva looked to not really notice or not care to notice that he had fell down at first base and decided just to hold the ball. The 2-1. Catches the outside corner, strike 2. And Trio 1 strike away from getting out of another jam that his defense put him in. As Trio has been put in a couple bad situations. Runner goes, and that'll hit Logan Ryan, and the bases will be loaded.
Third baseman Casey Berg.
Jake Adams got on base with a single, a 1-out single up the middle. And there was 2 outs and a ground ball to Anderson, and that was an error, which allowed the catcher Ryan Fessmeyer to get on, and Johnny May is running for him at second. And as you just saw, Logan Ryan's at first getting hit by a pitch, and the first pitch is a curveball that's hit to center field, and that'll be caught by Jerry. So after all the madness, Trio gets out of the jam, and the Bulldogs leave the bases loaded after an error and a single. We'll be back for the Tigers in the bottom of the second. Coming up to bat will be Yanez, Jerry, and Jackson. Don't go anywhere. This is the Doane Sports Network. The free swinging righty first baseman will step into the box, Eduardo Yanez. As he'll get his first chance against the lefty, Wade Councils. He jumps on the first pitch and belts it to left center. And it'll barely stay in the ballpark, but it's dropped by the center fielder, Adams, and that'll be, I believe, an error. As yes, that'll be ruled an error by Jake Adams, but that was hit very well by Yanez. And you'd imagine on a day where the wind's blowing a little bit more out to left center, which we have seen here at the ballpark, that ball might have got out of the yard. But nonetheless, Yanez will be on second as he reached on the first Bulldog error. So 3 errors in 3 half innings from these teams here in Crete. As Trent Jerry will step in the box with nobody out. And Yanez on second as there's a fastball on the outside corner from Council. The 0-1. Good breaking ball catches the outside corner. And in the blink of the eye, Jerry finds himself down the count 0-2 after good first 2 pitches from Council. As Jerry steps back into the box. And at this point, Jerry just needs to do a job to try to get Yanez to third. As he hits a line drive to second, the throw back to second will be in time to double off Yanez. And just like that, 2 outs and nobody on. As Council gets himself out of a jam with a little bit of fortune and bad base running by Eduardo Yanez. Now there's 2 outs in the bottom of the second with Chris Jackson at the plate. A high fly ball to right center. And that'll be caught dealing with the wind as Jake Adams for out number 3. No runs, no hits. We'll be back for the top of the third, still scoreless. Mesa will start things off for the Bulldogs as Trio will toe the rubber for his third inning of work. He's only shielded one hit, but there has been 2 Tigers errors, which have made things a lot more interesting than they should be for Trio, but he's dealt with the drama and got out of situations, which has been very fortunate for the Tigers' defense, as they could be the fault to a couple runs by now. 0-2 the count against Mesa. He flew out to Jerry his first time up on a real lazy fly ball. 0-2 pitch is a high fastball as he tried to get Mesa to chase, but just a little bit too high for any of that nonsense. The 1-2. Ground ball to third. Correction to short, and that'll be off the glove of Anderson and into left field. And once again, Trio continues to throw strikes, continues to get ground balls, and continues to get not a lot of help.
Designated hitter Jason Galliano.
And that'll be the second error against Anderson so far in the game, as there's been 3 errors on that left side of the infield, 1 against Smith and 2 against Anderson. And after getting swept yesterday against Concordia at their place, that's the last thing you want to see is free base runners for the Bulldogs, who don't need a lot of help as they're 18-13 and 7-3 on the year. And when you give a good team free base runners, a lot of times they'll make you pay for it eventually. The 0-1 is belted to left. Hasse makes a good play. And that's why he's out there. A little bit more athleticism than Clausen. Who Clausen is usually the everyday left fielder, but he's getting a day of rest for a little extra athleticism and defense as Clausen is DHing and Hasse is in left, and there's 1 out on the inning with Geiger stepping up to the box. Caleb Geiger squares around a bunt. The bunt will go to Sliva. Sliva will throw the first and just in time, as Geiger's not the most fleet of foot. And it was a little surprising that he laid one down.
Fielder Christian Montero.
But just like the Bulldogs will take the free base runners, I'm sure Trio is happy to take the free out without a ground ball being hit to any infielders, the way it's been going so far this afternoon. As Sliva made a very good play. Sliva had to range out a very decent amount and had a little bit of a altercation with Trio as he was going to grab it. High chopper to Smith, and as Smith makes an error. And Trio has done one heck of a job of keeping his composure as he's going to walk off the mound and get a visit by Josh Oltmans. And if I'm Josh Oltmans, this is just me. I'm not talking to Trio at all. I'm telling him he does a good job, and I might be ripping up the legs of my infielders a little bit here because they are not helping Trio at all. Trio is pitching one heck of a game, getting outs I don't even know how, because there's been 4 errors and the Bulldogs have still yet to score a run. So just that fact of itself, that we're in the 3rd inning, there's been 4 errors and no runs, is a testament to what Trio's doing. And honestly, this mound visit might interrupt Trio's rhythm more than anything, because I'm sure he's frustrated, and this is not necessarily helping the matter, but he looks to dap everybody up, so to speak, and get up on the mound. So maybe he is a little bit more composed than I even am, which is probably a good thing. As Jake Adams, the center fielder, has the lone hit on the game as he steps back into the box. So the only one to get a hit off Trio will be at the plate with runners on where he never should have been after 2 Tiger errors. Trio comes set in the stretch. Curveball in there, strike one. Montero at first base. Mesa at second. Mesa is not a threat to steal at all as he's been caught twice in 2 attempts. Montero is a little bit more fleet of foot with 10 stolen bases being caught twice. But I'd be surprised if Concordia tries to swipe it back because they've been getting free bases enough on the doing of the Tigers. One ball, 2 strikes to Jake Adams. Trio comes set. Fouled straight back. Once again, Jake Adams, his first time up, jumped on a first pitch fastball by Trio and sent it right up the middle. He ended up getting stranded on third. Adams batting .333 on the year. The pitch, up and away, ball 2. Nate Sliva will lead things off, trying to record the first Tiger hit against Wade Council, who's been pitching very well. He's cruised through the Tigers in order in 2 innings. First pitch is a strike. High chopping ground ball. Haase does have good speed, but the throw will beat him by a step as Logan Ryan makes the play, and that'll bring up Haase. And correction, that was Nate Sliva, not Ty Haase, as Haase is at the plate now. My apologies. Nonetheless, Haase will get his first crack here in the 3rd inning. Big swing and a miss on a off-speed pitch. And it looks like Wade Council has been really relying on that changeup. It's been a real headache to Tiger batters. And Haase stays alive. Didn't look pretty, but he'll stay in the box. So he did what he had to do to battle that one off. Ground ball towards the hole, and that's going to be tough. And they won't even make a throw with Haase's speed. And the Tigers have their first hit in the 3rd inning with good speed on the base path and good speed at the plate with Jacob Dewey, and they could get something going here.
Number 9, Jacob Dewey.
And that's what happens when you put the ball in play with Haase's speed. As Casey Berg made a diving stop to limit the ball from getting out of the infield, but had absolutely no throw. As he came up, and Haase was about a step or two from the bag. Haase gets a decent lead. The pitch is grounded to first. That'll go to second and back to first for a double play. Geiger to Ryan, back to Geiger. And that'll be a 3-6-3 double play. And just like that, the Tigers' threat is ended. We'll head to the 4th. Bulldogs still lead 1-0. Logan Ryan will lead things off against Trio. First pitch is an attempt at a bunt. It was a very tough pitch to bunt as it was a high and away fastball. The 0-1 up and away. The 1-1 pitch is slapped and foul as Ryan jumped on that fastball but turned on it just a little bit too much. And you imagine if that was fair, that could have been definitely extra bases. The 0-2 in the dirt. And the count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Line drive right at Yanez. It looked like a sandwich shot.
Casey Berg.
And Yanez was able to make the play. That'll bring up Casey Berg with 1 out as the trio's trying to get the Tigers' bats back up to the plate here. First pitch is bunted, and it's a good one. Trio is not going to have a play. As Casey Berg laid down a very, very, very good bunt. As the ball kicked up really high, it was just kind of following his back like a yo-yo. And that high hop allowed a lot of time before Trio could range all the way from the mound, and being a lefty thrower had to turn his back to the infield and try to make the throw, and by that time there was no chance. And Trio did the smart thing to just hold on to it. Nothing much you could do there for the Tigers defense. As that's one where you just got to say, good job to Casey Berg. It's just sometimes things just like that just beat you. Put into almost the exact perfect spot. It was kind of a drag bunt. He was definitely bunting for a hit with nobody on. So he was working his way down the first base line, the lefty. Nonetheless, he'll be on base for Christian Mesa. Casey Berg does have 10 stolen bases. He's only been caught once, so he is a threat to go. He does go. Ground ball to short. Anderson only has the play at first, and he'll make that play for out number 2. So good play by Anderson. But he was unable to get the force out at second due to Casey Berg swiping second base. That'll bring up the DH, Jason Galano. With the open stance in the right side of the batter's box, Trio comes set and fires a backdoor breaking ball outside. The 1-0 pitch. Catches the outside corner. Good fastball. That fastball looked to have a little bit of zip on it. I'm not sure if it's the way Sliva received that pitch, but it looked a little extra bit of late life. That ball kind of tailed away from Galano. Galano with a .310 average on the year as he swings at the pitch and it's grounded to Anderson. Anderson will come up firing and make the play for the third out of the inning. No runs on a hit. They'll strand him at second. Here come the Tigers, where it'll be at the top of the order. Anderson, Smith, Clausen coming up next. Don't go anywhere. First pitch to Anderson is a curveball in there, strike one. As Wade Council has done a very good job, only surrendered one hit through the first time through the order. As But he got a double play, so he's faced the minimum of batters. As Anderson's only getting his second at-bat here in the fourth inning, which is, when that happens, you know that you have not had a lot of offensive firepower. But this is the second look for everybody for Council, so we'll see as Anderson slaps the ball to center field. Got a good piece of it, but just not quite enough, and right at Adams.
Third baseman Jake Smith.
For out one. And we'll see how the Tigers see Council here the second time through, as they have all got a good look at the lefty. I'm sure they've talked to each other about his stuff. His changeup has been very good. But that's also a pitch. If you make a mistake with it, it can be hit in long ways. Curveball in there, strike one. As he goes to that curveball once again. Fastball grounded to third by Smith. His counterpart will throw it to third base as Casey Berg makes a decently tough play. Look very routine over at the hot corner with a backhand and a strike fired over to third that retired Smith by a couple steps, and that'll bring up Kevin Clausen. Big curveball in there, strike one. And once again, Wade Council has liked to go to that little backdoor breaking ball, get me over pitch for the first pitch. And you'd wonder, as Clausen lobs a ball into right field and didn't hit it hard, but grabbed the lob wedge and lofted it over the second baseman, Mesa. He'll be on with the two-out single.
First baseman Eduardo Yanez.
But as I was saying, you're wondering if the Tigers should maybe start talking about that first pitch curveball and try to jump on it and jolt one into left field, because it's a good pitch, but it's definitely, in a way, a get-me-over pitch. He's trying to throw it for a strike. So if you know it's coming, you can get a good piece of that curveball if you're a righty bat, as he's trying to get it on the backside part of the plate. As Council throws over to first, nothing going. Clausen, not really a threat to steal, as he only has 2 stolen bases. He's been caught once. But if he gets a good jump, he might go. 0-1 now the count on Yanez, who reached on an air to deep center his first time up. Big! And I mean big swing and a miss for Yanez, as he tried to yank that ball to the parked cars on the street. Yanez will step back into the box. Throw over to first. Clausen does a little hop shuffle back to the bag, nothing going. And he throws over again just because. And I'd imagine that Clausen definitely is not going to go anywhere with 2 strikes and 2 outs, but it's baseball and stranger things have happened. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. With 1 hit, 1 stranded. Still no runs for Doane as Council continues to mow through Tiger batters. We'll be back for the top of the 5th on the Doane Sports Network. Concordia leads Doane 1-0. First pitch for Trillo is in there, strike one. Against Caleb Geiger, who is 0 for 1 with a sac bunt. Good curveball by Trillo that Geiger looked to maybe think didn't catch the outside corner, but too bad as the count goes 0-2. The windup and the pitch. Grounded to second. High hop for Jackson. He'll make the throw to first.
The right fielder,
4 out, 1.
Montero.
That'll bring up Christian Montero, the right fielder. As well as Wade Council is pitching. Jay Trillo is keeping with him every step of the way regarding a little bit more complications in base runners due to a few errors, a walk, and a hits batsman. But it is a pitcher's duel between lefties here in game one. A big high fly ball to left, and that's not coming back. As Christian Montero sent that ball all the way up the hill, and that was into the next stratosphere. As off the bat, you could almost tell that ball was not coming back. And just like that, it's 2-0 Bulldogs. So a solo shot for Montero will bring up Jake Adams with 1 out.
Christian Montero. Center fielder Jake Adams.
And Trillo misses on the first pitch to Adams. Adams is 1 for 1 with a single and a walk. Curveball catches the outside corner, strike 2.
I think that ball even makes Tuxedo Park.
And interesting, after the home run, Trillo has thrown 3 straight curveballs. So that could have something to do with that or not. Maybe that's just the plan he has to Jake Adams, but the count is 2-1. Fastball way outside. The 3-1. Ball is belted to center field, but going back with real estate is Jerry, as he'll make the catch about a step away from the warning track.
Left fielder Tyler Nelson.
Now I'll bring up Tyler Nelson, the left fielder. First pitch, strike 1. Good breaking ball from Trios. That pitch has seemed to be working for him all day. The 0-1. Right back to the well again with another curveball. And the count goes 0-2. And you'd have to imagine if that pitch is coming right back again. And yep, that's exactly what you want to do for Trillo. That's a late timeout call by the home plate umpire. Trillo just continued to make the pitch. You don't want to see a pitcher hurt themselves trying to stop their momentum. Another curveball, and that is fisted out to left field. A good job of hitting for Nelson just to fight that ball and guide it out into left field as he was jammed in on the hands.
Catcher Ryan Fessmeyer.
That'll bring up Ryan Fessmeyer, the catcher. Fessmeyer is 0 for 2. As there will be a pinch runner.
Running for Nelson at first base.
As
number 20,
Johnny May will go over to first base. Trio comes set, the pitch. The runner goes. Throw is not in time. Just a little bit of a high throw by Sliva. The throw was there on time, but the tag was not able to get down on May. And May will swipe the bag with 2 outs to be in scoring position. The pitch was ruled a strike. And the pitch goes low. The count goes to 1-1. Sliva made a decent throw. It just sailed a little bit on him, and Jackson was unable to come back and make the tag. Fouled away. Count goes to 1-2. Trio comes set. Pitch is fouled away. Line drive, foul. And everybody kind of had the same gasp, as that could have been something very dangerous. Trio comes set. Curveball. Almost got Fessmeyer to go as that ball broke towards his back foot. But just didn't pull around. Ground ball to short. Anderson will have to make a long throw, and he does in time for the third out of the inning. One run on 2 hits with the big fly.
One left on base. We go to the
No errors. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Jerry, Jackson, Sliva coming up for the Tigers. Trent Jerry will lead things off for Doane. First pitch is up and away. 1-0. In there, strike one. As Wade Council is through 4 innings of work, only surrendered 2 hits, no runs. 2 strikeouts and 13 batters faced. As Jerry jumps on a fastball and fouls it away. Council's offering misses low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2, up and away, ball 3. Big swing and a miss. Strike 3, and down goes Jerry, and that'll bring up Chris Jackson, the second baseman. First pitch is a curveball to Jackson. In there, strike 1. And Council bounces one for ball 1. And ball 2. Fastball right on the outside corner. Count goes to 2-2. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts.
The catcher, Nathan Sliva.
For Council, and Nate Sliva will step into the box for the Tigers. First pitch is fouled away. The 0-1 upstairs. Sliva grounded out to short his first time up. Sliva's had a little bit of a struggle this year, batting .226. Pitch is a high fly ball into right center. Making the catch will be Montero, and the Tigers go in order. We'll be back for the 6th inning. 2-0 Bulldogs. Logan Ryan will lead things off for the Bulldogs. First pitch by Trio is a high-hopping ground ball to Anderson. Anderson will make the play for the first out. One pitch, one out.
Third baseman Casey Berg.
As Casey Berg, the leadoff hitter, will step into the box for the Bulldogs. Berg is 1 for 3. One ball, no strikes first. That'll be a ball as well. Big swing and foul tip in the glove of Sliva for strike one. Two balls, one strike. Fastball in there, strike two. Following Berg will be Mesa. If anybody gets on, Galato. Curveball will sail past Jackson for a single.
Second baseman Christian Mesa.
Line drive into left. And that'll be another hit for the Bulldogs. They'll have 2 on with 1 out here in the 6th. Looks like there might be a call to the bullpen. Maybe.
Designated hitter Jason Galliano.
Never mind. As I saw action. From Coach Brad Powell, and it looks like maybe that is the case. So he kind of ran over to the hitting complex and made some sort of signal that looked as if something might be going on. As Altmans will go and talk to the mound, we'll see if he does make a pitching change. It must be noted that Altmans has been going to all mound visits, not Elliot Engel, the pitching coach. So this could just be a normal conversation and not a pitching change. And it looks like that's what it's going to be. But definitely a moment to get the bullpen some time. And after all that, it looks like there might be someone coming out of the bullpen. As I think Altman signaled a right-hander. And yep, that'll be a pitching change. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network. So Logan Fast, who has been known to be kind of someone that can come and deal with situations like this. The sidewinding righty with a 4.5 ERA, 2.67 batting average against with the runners in scoring position. He's 1-0 in 4 innings pitched. He's surrendered 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and 5 walks and 2 strikeouts as he'll face Gallardo, Geiger, and if any other things were to happen, Montero. So he does not step into the most friendly area of the batting order, as these guys have definitely shown history of being able to do some damage. Gallardo with a 307 average, 4 home runs, 7 doubles, 474 slug, 329 batting average with the runners on base. Runners go, ground ball to third. The tag will be attempted to be made by Smith, and basically the ball slapped out of his glove, and that'll be an error on Smith. I don't even know. I guess that's a fielding error.
First baseman Caleb Geiger.
As he attempted the tag, and Smith has had a relatively rough day on defense for the Tigers. The runners were going on the pitch, and Casey Berg was like right at Smith as he was fielding the ball, and Smith tried to make a tag, and the tag was unsuccessful. Bases loaded, 1 out. That's the 5th Tiger error. Ground ball to second. That's going to score 1. As Jackson throws it over to first, but Geiger does his job as Casey Berg scores. The Tigers could have been out of the inning as Fast has gotten 2 ground balls.
Christian Montero.
And it is now 3-0. So once again, no one to blame but themselves for down for this whole situation. Fast will step up the rubber. He'll face Montero, who had a home run his last time up. Fast comes set and delivers. Big swing and a miss. 3-0 in the top of the 6th. Once again, this game is going 7. The following game will be going 9. Ground ball. Anderson will field it way in the hole. A strong throw to first, and he'll make the play for the 3rd out. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 left on. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. 3-0. Doane looking to get on the board and crack into this 3-0 lead when we get back, and they'll try to do it with Haase, Dewey, and Anderson.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 24, Aaron Whitehouse.
Whitehouse will be batting for Haase. Haase did have one of the 2 Tiger hits. It wasn't hit hard, but it was a hit for Haase. But nonetheless, Whitehouse will come and pinch hit as he tries to swing at the first pitch and fouls it away. Aaron Whitehouse, a sophomore, has played a little bit of first, DH'd, pitched at times as well. Big swing and a curveball kind of bails out of the box. And quickly, the count is 0-2 on Whitehouse. And that's kind of what Wade Council's been doing. He's just been steadily going him on his business, and he's went 5 innings and only given up 2 hits with 4 strikeouts and no walks. The windup and the pitch. Curveball. Just misses. The Dewey will be following, and then the top of the order with Anderson and Smith. Tigers could really use him run here in this inning. Fouled straight back. Just a little tardy for Whitehouse. As Whitehouse fouls one off. Ball account goes to 2-2. The 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Swung right through for strike number 3 and the 5th strikeout for Council, and that'll bring up Dewey.
Why do we pinch a left-handed batter?
Maybe a new look? I don't know.
Dewey will do what Jacob Dewey does and slap one into left field for a 1-out single. That was a very interesting hit. The ball was up and in, and Dewey just kind of threw his hands and slapped the ball right in the left field. Good piece of hitting to get on, and the Tigers also have good speed at first. Pitch in there, strike 1. Tommy Anderson at the plate. Jacob Dewey on first. Tommy is 0 for 2. Ground ball. Fielded by the third baseman to second to first in time. 5, 4, 3. And just like that, we'll head to the
7th inning.
7th inning. 3-0 Bulldogs. Fast out in the 7th inning. Big swing and a miss as he'll go after Jake Adams. Fastball fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes. Adams is 1 for 2. Fastball in the dirt. In there, strike 3, a low fastball. Caught the plate. And there'll be 1 out in the 7th. As Fast is going to try to do his best to get the Tigers a chance in the bottom of the 7th.
20, Johnny May.
That's Johnny May, who pinch ran. As May is batting for Tyler Nelson. Tyler Nelson was in left. Jake Adams moved to left, and May moved to center after May pinch ran for Nelson. So a little musical chairs there. He tries to square around and bunt. And
They bunt at random times.
there's been a lot of cases throughout the season, at least when I've been on the call, from both teams where guys have squared around a bunt and it's ended up almost just like that. An unsuccessful attempt with a pop-up foul, sometimes caught, sometimes not. That one, luckily for May, found a safe spot foul. But he's now down in the count 0-2 to Logan Fast. Fast comes set and just misses low. It looks to be Fast's inning as there's not a lot of activity going on in the bullpen. Big swing and miss, strike 3, and the first 2 batters that Fast face so far in the 7th, he's struck out.
Catcher Ryan Fessmeyer.
And that'll bring up Ryan Fessmeyer. Fessmeyer is 0 for 3. He reached on air in the 2nd, flew out to center in the 3rd, and ground out to short in the 5th. And now he'll ground out to the pitcher as Fast will complete the play. 3 up, 3 down. The Tigers up to their last 3 outs, down 3. We'll be back and trying to get the rally started. It'll be Smith, Clausen, Yanez on the Doane Sports Network. Jake Smith gets the first pitch from Council for a strike as Council is trying to complete one heck of a complete game shutout if he can record 3 outs, as he's went 6 innings with allowing 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, and no walks. As the lefty coming into this already had 2 complete games. Timeout called. Ground ball up the middle, and the Tigers get something going here in the 7th inning as Smith grounds one up the middle.
First baseman.
And just like that, the Tigers have a little bit of life with the runner on first and nobody out. And this looks like it's Council's game, at least for the time being, as there's absolutely nothing going on in the Tigers bullpen as Kevin Clausen steps into the box. Clausen takes a huge cut at a fastball and fouls it straight back. Clausen is 1 for 2 today. He had a little lob shot single out into right field, a little Texas leaguer in the 4th. And ground out to short in the 1st inning. A ground out would be the last thing that the Tigers want, as Clausen is a double play candidate. He fouls that one away. A little frustrated as himself as he didn't mean to go around. And the count now is 0-2. Once again, wind blowing in. And another hit. Clausen with 2 strikes. Council caught a little bit too much to plate, and in the 3rd time through the batting order, the Tigers seeming to figure out Council a little bit, as they have 2 on with nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. And Eduardo Yanez stepping to the plate. The first pitch to Yanez is a curveball in there, strike 1. Good pitch from Council. Second pitch inside, ball 1. Yanez, the sophomore from Mexico City, Mexico. Oldman's had a quick chat with the runners about what they're planning on doing with a 1-1 count to Yanez. I wouldn't expect Yanez to bunt, but once again, stranger things have happened. Yanez rips a ground ball to short. And a double play. 6-4-3. Yanez goes down, and the Tigers are down to their last out. And that was the last thing the Tigers needed after the timeout with the base running, and that's nothing really base running could do. Neither guys were stealing, and it was a routine double play for Ryan, Mesa, and Geiger, the guys who were involved, as that ball was hit right on the button to short, and they had all the time in the world to record the out on Yanez. And now it's Trent Jerry at the plate, and Jerry's ground into a double play. There's been, I believe, 3 of them from the Concordia defense today. And struck out. Counts 1-1 to Jerry. Following him will be Jackson. Once again, Tigers down to their final out. Council looking to complete the complete game shutout. Low and in, ball 2. Once again, not a lot of activity going in the Bulldogs pen. There's some guy doing something with some sort of weighted ball, but doesn't look to be having any seriousness of trying to get into the game here in this one, as it looks like it's going to be Council's game to finish. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Smith is at third. Again, the double play, a huge rally killer for the Tigers as Jerry watches the pitch upstairs and the count goes to 3-2. It will be Jackson batting. No signs of a pinch hitter as the lefty will stay on to face the lefty Council. And first base is open to Jerry if Council elects to go that route. Ground ball towards the hole. That'll be fielded by the third baseman Berg. Fired to first. And a complete game shutout for Wade Council in game 1. And that's 3 straight games to the Bulldogs that the Tigers have dropped in this 4-game series. We'll have your totals as the Tigers will look to avoid the 4-game sweep of the Bulldogs here in game number 2 of the doubleheader. But as far as game 1 goes, Concordia, 3 runs on 6 hits, 1 error, 11 left on base for Doane. No runs, 5 hits, 5 errors. That's the big number, 5. Count them, 5 errors for the Tigers. They had 2 left on. The winning pitcher, obviously,
left on base. For Doane, no runs, 5 hits, 5
will be Wade Council. The losing pitcher will be Jake Trillo. Trillo will drop to 3-2. Wade Council will now be 5-0.
Jake Trillo, whose record is now 3-2.
We'll have game 2 coming up.
Runs, 6 hits, 1 error,
Once again, Tigers drop this one
5 hits, 5 errors, 2 left on
3-0. We'll be right back. It's Drumstick Sunday at the ballpark. So everybody here in attendance, if they check into that awesome app, can get a free chicken drumstick. And that is where I'm going right now. I'm going to go grab a chicken drumstick, and I'll be back in 20 minutes for game 2. Don't go anywhere on the Doane Sports Network. And we're back here for game 2 as Doane will be against Concordia, trying to avoid the 4-game sweep. As we'll first start off with lineups for the visitors. Leading off, the third baseman, Casey Berg. Batting second, the second baseman, Christian Mesa. Batting third, the first baseman, Jason Gallardo. Batting fourth, the right fielder, Christian Montero. Batting fifth, the center fielder, Jake Adams. Batting sixth, the DH, Wade Council. Batting seventh, the left fielder, Tyler Nelson. Batting eighth, the catcher, Ryan Fesmeyer. And right up the order, batting ninth, is Logan Ryan. Pitching for the Bulldogs is Nick Little. And for Doane, Jake Smith will lead it off, playing third base. Batting second, the shortstop, Tommy Anderson. Batting third, the DH, Kevin Clausen. Batting fourth, the second baseman, Chris Jackson. Batting fifth, Eduardo Yanez. Batting sixth, the center fielder, Trent Geary. Batting seventh, the catcher, Nate Sliva. Batting eighth, the left fielder, Ty Hasse. And batting ninth, the right fielder, Jacob Dewey. First pitch is fouled away. Pitching for the Tigers is Aaron Whitehouse. He comes in with a 9.47 ERA with a 1-1 win-loss record. In 6 appearances, he started 4 in 19 innings of duty, allowing 20 earned runs with 13 strikeouts on the year and 5 walks. Strike 2 on the outside corner. He's going against Casey Berg. Fastball up and away. High pop up. That's going to be fielded by Smith for out one.
Second baseman, number 22, Christian Mesa.
And that'll bring up Christian Mesa. Whitehouse works against Mesa, the first pitch. Fastball in there, strike 1. Fastball in there, strike 2. Fastball misses away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Line drive into left field. That'll be caught by Hasse.
First baseman, number 15, Jason Galliano.
Around the horn for the Tigers, Smith is at third, Anderson at short, Jackson at second, Yanez at first. Behind the dish is Sliva. In left field is Hasse. And center field is Jerry, and in right field is Dewey. So pretty much the exact same lineup defensively for the Tigers as in game 1. First pitch away. High pop-up. Gliding under to make the catch
For the Bulldogs,
will be Jerry. No runs, no hits. 1, 2, 3 they go. We'll be back for the bottom of the first as Doane will come to the plate right after this. Jake Smith will lead things off for the Tigers. He's batting the leadoff spot in game 2. He batted in the 2-hole in the first game. Smith batting .320 on the year. Pitching for the Bulldogs is Nick Little. Little comes in with a 5.6 ERA and a 3-2 record. And 33 innings pitched. He's allowed 21 earned runs with 21 strikeouts and 9 walks. Fastball in there, strike 1, as Smith was taking all the way on the 3-0 count. The 3-1. Line drive towards the gap, drifting to make the catch will be Montero for out 1.
Shortstop, number 12, Tommy Anderson.
And Tommy Anderson steps in, takes first pitch curveball from Little, strike 1. Little has the task of following up a very good outing. And I mean very good by Wade Council, who threw a 3-hitter in game number 1. Quickly, Anderson finds himself behind the count 0-2. Fastball just misses the outside part of the plate. Anderson not trying to fish on the outside fastball. The 1-2. A high pop-up. Should be an easy play for Nelson, and he'll make the catch for out number 2, and that'll bring up Kevin Clausen, the DH.
Brett, let's try to not be judgmental. We mock what we don't understand.
Strike on the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-1 as Little is trying to make quick work of the Tigers here in the first inning, as Whitehouse did that to the Bulldogs at the top of the first. Ground ball pulled fair, and that'll be down the line. Looks like it'll be 2 for Clausen as he'll slide into second with a 2-out double, as Clausen was all over that fastball and pulled it down the line.
Second baseman, number 2, Chris Jackson.
That'll bring up Chris Jackson.
Depends on the situation. Yeah, we're at third, no outs. We pop fly outfield. Score. If it's more like this.
Big swing and a miss. Strike 1.
I probably mess up too much.
No balls, 1 strike, 2 out as Little turns around to make Clausen go back to the bag. Clausen at second does have a decent lead, trying to score on any hit into the outfield. Jackson has 16 RBIs on the year and 89 at-bats. Jackson has been having the heavy stay at second base this year for Josh Altman's squad. Played a little bit at second and around and about at other places last year as a utility guy, but earned the job this year as Little does the same thing again. And there's nobody covering second base, so as much as he steps off, he has no one to throw to. Foul ball. Count still 0-2. Concordia is convinced that Clausen will probably not try to swipe third base, and I think their guess is probably right there. But he does gain, using them not holding him to his advantage, gain a big lead, trying to score on any single, as the 0-2 offering misses inside. Yanez on deck if Jackson were to get on and there's time out on the field. Big swing and a miss. Foul tip into the catcher's glove, Fessmeyer. No runs on a hit. Clausen will be left on second. We'll head to the second inning. Montero, Adams, and Council up for the Bulldogs. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Christian Montero will lead things off for the Bulldogs as he's batting cleanup. Excuse me. Montero had a home run in game number 1 as he completely blasted the ball into left field against Trio. Whitehouse's first pitch is a strike. Tigers starting back-to-back lefties here as Trio started game 1. The lefty Whitehouse is on the mound today as he jumps ahead of Montero 0-2, and now he is in the driver's seat. Curveball misses outside. In the pitch, grounder to second. Jackson comes through with it, will make the play for the first out of the inning.
Batting fifth is center fielder number 13, Jake Adams.
That'll bring up Jake Adams. First pitch to Adams was a strike from Whitehouse as he's looked to have good command so far early in the early going. Whitehouse winds and delivers. In there, strike 2. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled away. One ball, 2 strikes. Wade Council on deck. The 1-2. Line to left, and that's going to fall right in front of Haase. The ball is hit pretty hard by Adams, and Whitehouse might have caught just a little bit too much of the plate there on the 1-2 pitch.
Designated hitter number 28, Wade Council.
That'll bring up Wade Council, who pitched in game 1, and now he's batting as the designated hitter here in game 2. So we'll see if Council can do as well as he did on the bump at the plate. if that's the case, that'd be bad news for the Tigers as Whitehouse hits it. So we'll have to wait to see what Council's bat is like as he'll trot.
Number 30, Tyler Nelson.
I'm sure he has a sore left arm from pitching in the first game. Well, now he has a sore right arm for being hit by a baseball, so at least those two things are evened out for Council. Runners on first and second, one out. That'll bring up Nelson, the left fielder. Curveball in there for a strike. Good pitch from Whitehouse. Nelson is batting .352 on the year. He's had 54 at-bats, so kind of been a platoon guy, so to sorts. Has not played all the innings for the Bulldogs. Curveball low and away. One ball, one strike. Fastball low. Count goes to 2-1. Line drive in the gap between first and second. Coming up to try to make the throw is Dewey. The throw is on time, but just bounces over Sliva's glove. A good throw by Dewey, but the long hop was not in time, and that'll be a run for the Bulldogs on the RBI single by Nelson as Nelson reached second base on the throw, and they'll be runners at second and third with one out. Pitch from Whitehouse is low and in. Fastball upstairs, ball two. Fouled away. Two balls, one strike. Runners on second and third. Nelson's at second, Council's at third. Fessmeyer at the plate in his first at bat against Whitehouse. Ground ball up the middle. Diving stop by Anderson from his seat. The throw was probably not in time, but Yanez didn't scoop it. A very athletic play by Anderson, but not in time. And a run does score on the RBI ground ball single by Fessmeyer. Will score Council, and it's now 2-0. And Nelson will move up to third. Johnny May will run by first Fessmeyer. And there's runners on first and third with one out. Throw to first, not in time. Jake Smith playing in at third against Logan Ryan. Logan Ryan is definitely a candidate to possibly lay down either a squeeze or a safety squeeze with a .203 batting average. The shortstop, not known for his bat. Fastball in there for a strike. Once again, breeze blowing in, but it is a sunny day at the ballpark for Drumstick Sunday. Using the Doane Superfan U app if you happen to be watching the game while you're here, which I doubt you are, but at the ballpark, if this entices you to come, there is drumsticks. Chicken drumsticks, that is. Not of the ice cream variety, which I personally was confused about at first. One ball, two strikes. Runners on first and third once again. Johnny May at first. Nelson at third. Curveball just off the back foot of Ryan. And once again, Ryan batting 203, only 212 with runners. 235 with runners in scoring position. He's had 64 at-bats, 14 strikeouts. Whitehouse checks the runner and deals. High pop-up into foul territory. Yanez makes a catch, and Johnny May seemed to not know what was going on and was either stealing second. Looked like he was stealing second, was all the way around second base, but nonetheless, they'll double him up. And the Tigers get out of the inning with 2 runs, 3 hits. We'll be back for the bottom of the second with Yanez, Jerry, and Sliva on the Doane Sports Network. Yanez will lead things off for the Tigers as the Tigers find themselves down in a 2-0 hole. Big swing and a miss. Nothing going. Yanez swings hard, as it shows by his 7 home runs and 30 strikeouts. Only walked 6 times, has 37 hits and 122 at-bats. Ground ball looked very painful off the pitcher to first, and he'll go. Galeno will go and touch the bag. So a very untraditional 1-3 putout as it went off the pitcher, Little, and over to third base. So that'll go 1-3 in the scorebook. And that looked dangerous. It looked to be in a very dangerous area of Nick Little. So hopefully he's okay, just speaking on behalf of him. That caught him right around the belt area. Looks to be that he avoided danger a little bit as he was flirting with it. He'll throw a couple warm-up tosses to make sure his lower half is all good. Eduardo Yanez hit a very, very hard one-hopper right at Little. And it went off what looked to be kind of his groin hip area on his left side. And then just ricocheted over towards Galeno, who stepped on the bag. So 1-3, and there's 1 out and nobody on to Jerry. Jerry batting .250 on the year. Has exactly 20 hits and 80 at-bats. Count goes to 3-0. Jerry has walked 17 times. walked 17 times and struck out 16 rather, as he'll take walk number 18 of the year and he'll
Catcher,
trot
number
over
25, Nathan
to first
Sliva.
base. That'll bring up the catcher, Nathan Sliva. As Nick Little
It's my germs.
No. One ball, no strikes. Jerry has one stolen base on the air. He has a decent lead. Sliva has 18 RBIs on the air. Fastball catches the outside corner. As Little throws over to first again. Fastball outside, ball one. Ball two, rather. 2-1 goes the count. Runner goes. The throw to second is not in time, and here comes Jerry to third. The throw might have been in time, but it was a little bit towards the right field side of the bag, in which that pushed Mesa off the bag. He was unable to make the catch. So that'll be a stolen base and an error. That'll be a throwing error against the catcher, allowing Jerry to be at third with one out. So now all Sliva needs is a fly ball in the outfield or a ground ball up the middle. So he swings and misses out of his shoes for strike two. A fly ball would do the job. A ground ball pretty much anywhere but third base and the pitcher would also do the job, as Concordia looks like they'd be willing to yield the run for an out as they are not playing it. And Jerry does have above average speed at third. And as Jerry also plays quarterback on the football team. Ground ball to third is going to be good enough to score him, so that'll be an RBI single for Sliva, and it's 2-1 with Jerry scoring, and that'll bring up Ty Haase.
Ty Haase.
First pitch swung at and fouled off. Second offering is low. Nick Little so far between 1 and 2/3 has given up one hit, one run. That run is not earned thanks to the throwing error by Fessmeyer. Count goes to 1 and 2 as Haase offered at that one. And yes, he did, and he'll be tagged out on the strike three in the dirt. We'll head into the third. One run on no hits and a Concordia error.
Concordia 2, Doane 1.
Concordia 2, Doane 1. We'll head into the third. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network. And the top of the lineup will be back up in the third inning against Aaron Whitehouse as Casey Berg, the lefty, will face Aaron Whitehouse, the lefty starting pitcher for the Tigers. Ground ball, good stop by Yanez. He'll take it himself as Yanez looked very agile on that one. And took it to the bag as he had cat-like reflexes over at first base. As he gives a smile over to his second baseman, Jackson, and there's one out. One pitch, one out for Whitehouse as he'll face Christian Mesa, who flew out to left his first time up. First pitch, catches the outside corner. Next pitch is low and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. In there. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A 1-2 pitch. Misses outside. Whitehouse with 2 innings and a third innings of work has given up 3 hits, 2 runs, both of those earned. As he looks to retire Mesa here in the third. Fastball inside just misses. Good pitch from Whitehouse. Ground ball to first. Good stop by Yanez again. He'll take it on over himself as Yanez has recorded the first 2 putouts of the inning. And that'll bring up Jason Galano. It's a beautiful day here at the ballpark. Sunny with a little bit of a breeze, very comfortable. A high shot to left center. And that one's not coming back. Gone. As Gallardo jolted that pitch by Whitehouse over the fence to left center. And it's 3-1. So Gallardo doing what his buddy Montero did in game 1 with a solo shot through the wind. And he hit that baby very well. As Gallardo and Montero seem to have the exact same barber. As when they touched helmets, they had very similar haircuts. And they both have home runs. One ball, no strikes to Montero. He grounded to second his first time up. Curveball in there. No activity in the Tigers' pen as Whitehouse is in his third inning of work. Curveball. Strike 2. And the pitch. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. And that'll retire the Bulldogs, but not after a solo shot by Gallardo.
We go to the bottom of the third inning. It's a 3-1 game. Special thanks to
Tigers coming up next. Dewey, Smith, Anderson. We'll be right back.
Sponsors for this.
Dewey jumps on the first pitch and hits it right to Little and had a little dance move on the line for fun. And he'll walk to the dugout after one pitch and one out in the third inning, and Jake Smith will turn the lineup over for the Tigers. Once again, nothing but positive vibes here at the ballpark. Very sunny day. Nice breeze. Drumsticks, chicken drumsticks and hamburgers on the grill. Dogs everywhere. People on the hill. It's a positive atmosphere. All that needs to be added to the equation is some Doane runs. As Doane is down 3-1 here in the third. Fastball upstairs. 3 balls, 1 strike against Smith. He only has 6 walks on the year. Nick Little winds, delivers 3-1. And a high pop-up as Smith missed his pitch and flew out to left.
Shortstop Tommy Anderson.
Now there'll be 2 outs for Tommy Anderson, who is 0 for 1 today with a fly out to left. First pitch, up and away. Second offering misses low. So good eye by Anderson. 2 close pitches, he watches for balls. 2-0, right down Main Street, strike 1. Looked like Anderson might have been kind of taken all the way there on the 2-0 pitch, as he really didn't look to have much of an intention of swinging. 2-1, misses away, ball 3. Following Anderson will be Clausen. If anybody gets on, Jackson gets the righty Little. High pop-up, drifting. And he missed it. Looked like it was in play. He did have room. I apologize for my delayed reaction. It's kind of a tough angle for me up here. Nonetheless, Anderson has new life and with a full count. Looking to get on base. Ball misses low, and Anderson will trot over to first.
Designated hitter Kevin Clausen.
That'll bring up Kevin Clausen. Clausen does have a hit today. He ripped a double down the third base line, and that'd be very nice right about now. Anderson is a big threat at first to steal. Didn't mean to, and barely fouled away, as that could have been a quick third out of the inning, as Clausen will refigure himself. Anderson is a perfect 7 for 7 on stolen bases on the year. So you'd imagine he might have the green light over at first if he can get a good jump. Throw back to first, not in time. Little comes set. Looks over about 3 times, decides to throw over. And he should be worried about Anderson, as Anderson is a threat to steal, as he does have a decent lead. He's being held by Galano. Anderson runs, the pitch out. The throw, in time, out 3. Great job by Concordia to sniff out the steal. And no runs, no hits, nobody left.
3-1 game.
But Clawson will lead off for the Tigers when they come back out to bat. We'll be back on the Doane Sports Network where Adams, Council, and Nelson will be up for the Bulldogs. Jake Adams will lead things off for the Bulldogs through 3 innings of work. Whitehouse has surrendered 3 runs. All of those have been earned as he's out for his 4th inning of work here in this 9-inning game 2. And he's loved that curveball as a first pitch. So he's thrown it multiple times. The pitch. Fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes on Adams. Adams singled his first time up. Curveball. Not even close. Ball 1. One ball, 2 strikes. Infield playing straight up. Outfield a little bit to pull. Big swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Adams.
Designated
And that'll bring up
Council.
Wade Council. Wade Council got hit by a pitch his first time up. He was the starter in game 1 on the mound, where he went 7 innings, complete game, no runs, shutout, only surrendering 3 hits to Doane. Big swing and a miss, swung right through that Aaron Whitehouse offering. Council is batting .333. He has 1 home run on the year. The windup and the pitch in the dirt, ball 1. One ball, 1 strike. Curveball, low and away. Ball in the dirt. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The pitch from Whitehouse. Yes, he did. Sliv is going to have to make the throw to first. He will. For out number 2. Tigers got a little bit of help by the home plate umpire as that ball kicked up, and I believe it nicked the home plate umpire and settled right there easily for Sliva. So a little bit of fortune for the Tigers. There's 2 outs now with Nelson stepping up to the plate. Tyler Nelson, the left fielder. First pitch hits him.
Catcher Ryan Festmeyer.
That'll bring up Ryan Festmeyer, the catcher, who singled his last time up and received an RBI. Ground ball to third. It's a fair ball past the glove of Smith. Nelson will stay at third, and there'll be runners on second and third with 2 outs on the double by Festmeyer.
Running for Festmeyer, number 20, Johnny May.
Johnny May will
Now
run
batting
for
is shortstop,
Festmeyer.
Logan Ryan.
That'll bring up Logan Ryan, the shortstop. As Ryan squared around a bunt but took a ball. Whitehouse comes set. High fly ball to left. Drifting back is Haase. He'll just have enough real estate as he makes the catch on the warning track. No runs on 1 hit, 2 stranded on second and third. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Tigers coming up. Clausen, Jackson, Giannis, right here on the Doane Sports Network. Kevin Clausen will step up for the Tigers. He's 1 for 1 with a double as he takes a first pitch strike by Nick Little. And he'll foul away. No balls, 2 strikes. Fouled away by Clausen. The pitch from Little is in the dirt, ball 1. Fastball fouled away. 3-1 in the 4th inning here. As Concordia scored 2 in the second, 1 in the third, compared to Doane's 1 in the second. Nick Little's pitched 3 innings, giving up 1 hit, 1 run. That was unearned. Fouled away by Clausen as he continues to stay alive. Little winds and delivers. High pop-up. Making the catch will be the catcher Festmeyer.
Second baseman Chris Jackson.
4 out 1. That'll bring up Chris Jackson. 0 for 1 on the day with a strikeout swinging in the first inning. Little winds in, throws the pitch, and that'll be fouled off of the bunt attempt. Pitch, grounded to third. Berg across the diamond for the second out.
First baseman Eduardo Yanez.
That'll bring up Eduardo Yanez. Yanez is 0 for 1 today. As Nick Little continues to cruise through here. Yanez grounded out to the pitcher his first time up. Big swing and fouled off way early on that curveball. As Yanez corkscrewed himself into the ground. Curveball up and in. Fastball misses away. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Yanez with a 301 average. High fly ball. That's got a chance. And it's gone. Yanez as he takes the high fastball and sends it over the left field fence. And the Tigers are with 1 with a solo shot by Eduardo Yanez as he has a high step across third base. And that is his 8th home run of the season. It is now 3-2.
Solo home run for Eduardo Yanez.
Eduardo
The
Yanez
center fielder.
with his 8th home run of the season as he smacked that ball to left center. And that'll bring up Trent Geary with 2 outs. The Tigers trailing 3-2. Strike on the outside corner. High pop-up. There looks to be room for Galano, and Galano will make the catch right by the fence for the 3rd out. Tigers get a run on the big fly by Yanez. 3-2. We'll be back on the Doane Sports Network. Ground ball. Foul. Curveball in there for a strike. Good pitch from Whitehouse. Fastball just misses. Casey Berg's 0 for 2 today. He's grounded to first and popped up to third. Batting .370 on the season. I think he was kind of trying to lean into that breaking ball. Yes. Big swing and a miss, strike 3 on a curveball.
Second baseman Christian Mesa.
And down goes Berg. That'll bring up Christian Mesa with 1 out. Mesa is 0 for 2. Grounded to first and flew out to left. Whitehouse first pitch. Big swing and a miss. High fly ball drifted over to make the catch will be Dewey for the second out.
First baseman Jason Galliano.
And that'll bring up Galliano, who had a home run. His fastball misses outside. One ball, no strike, fouled away. Two outs. With 2 outs, Galano's average drops down to 256, which is nice for Whitehouse, judging by the fact that he hit a home run on him the last time. Big swing and a miss, and down goes Galano as he really spiraled himself into somehow facing us on his seat. It was a very violent swing. It looks like he might be a little bit hurt as he will try to walk things off. Swing and a miss. Correction, fouled away. The pitch, grounded to short. That'll be fielded by Anderson. Long hop. We'll get past Yanez, and that'll be a throwing error on Anderson. And that is the second error for Doane in Game 2. But the more interesting fact is the 7th total error for Doane today.
Right fielder Christian Montero.
So not a lot of help on the defensive side for Trujillo or Whitehouse here. First pitch is in the dirt. Montero has 0 for 2, grounded out to second and struck out swinging in the third. Whitehouse gets the sign, comes set. 1-0 pitch. In there with the curveball.
Right side of the field, short wins that.
Whitehouse comes set to 1-1. Low and in, Sliva did his best to stop it, but it looked to nick off an errant part of his protection and skip away to the right side. And that'll advance Galeno to third as he's 90 feet closer to home. Whitehouse comes set. Line to left, and it's now 4-2. As that'll be an RBI single for Montero as Galeno will trot over to home.
Center fielder Jake Adams.
That'll bring up Jake Adams. Runner goes. Not even a contest from Sliva on the curveball in the dirt. Fastball catches the inside corner. One ball, one strike. Curveball in the dirt. Good stop by Sliva. Whitehouse comes set. 2-1 count. The pitch, he did go. Rutter's going to go to third. Throw to third is not in time. Good jump by Montero on the pitch of the dirt. Sliva did about everything he could do, just the throw was not in time. And Montero is now at third. Jake Adams is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. 330 on the year. He does have, with runners in scoring position, only batting .267. So it is a little bit better with nobody on. Fastball catches the zone for strike 2, and it's now a full count. So Whitehouse looking to get out of this jam here. Big swing and a miss, pitch in the dirt. Sliva will make the throw to finish the inning. And that'll be the third out. One run on one hit.
Tiger error, one left on base.
One error and one left. We'll head to the bottom of the fifth. 4-2, Concordia. Nick Little out for his 5th inning of duty. He's been good through 4 as he's given up 2 runs. One of those have been earned in 4 innings. Only allowed 2 hits, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. The righty winds and delivers. Sliva squared to bunt, but pulled it back for a ball. Big swing and a miss, fouled away. Correction, big swing. Not a miss as he fouled it away. Back to the backstop. Count goes to 1-1. Ball misses in the dirt. Sliva did pick up an RBI on one of the 2 runs with a ground out to third. It's now 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Healthy cut by Sliva on that 3-1 pitch and swing right through it. And he takes ball 4 and will trot over to first base with a leadoff walk, and that'll bring up Ty Haase.
Running for Sliva at first base, number 5, Brandon Matez.
Brandon Matez will run as a courtesy runner for the catcher. Haase squares around a bunt. It's a good one. Throw to first in time for the out, but he will move the runner.
The right fielder, Jacob Doane.
And Jake up in the box. Ground ball to first. And Dewey will be out as
Third baseman, Jake
first
Smith.
baseman Galliotto will run it up to first and touch the bag for the second out. And that'll bring up Jake Smith with 2 outs, trying to put this game within 1 here with Brandon Matez at third. He ran for Sliva. One ball, 1 strike. Little comes set, the pitch. Big swing and a miss right through a fastball. Smith was looking to tie the game right there at that swing. Smith does have 1 home run on the year, 9 doubles, and 14 RBIs. And Smith fouls that one away. Curveball. Grounded to first, but foul. And the pitch is in the dirt. Line drive to left, but foul into the bullpen, as Smith was just a little bit early. Two balls, two strikes. Nick Little trying to finish 5 innings of work as he misses up and away. High fly ball on the right. That's going to be caught by Montero, and they'll leave the runner stranded at third. No runs on no hits. We'll head into the bottom of the sixth inning. 4-2 ball game. The lefty Wade Council will lead things off against Whitehouse. A high fly ball to center. That'll be caught by Jerry for out number one. So one pitch, one out for Whitehouse. Whitehouse has went 5 innings work. He's given up 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned with 5 strikeouts. He has surrendered 1 double and 1 home run. First pitch to Nelson is in there for a strike. Curveball. Hit to left. That'll be caught by Hasse. For the second out of the inning is Whitehouse is trying to get a quality start here and get 6 innings completed. Line drive down the left field line. That's going to be at least 2, as that's going to roll all the way to the foul pole. Hasse did a good job getting that ball in. It'll still be a double for Fesmeyer.
Second base, number 20, Johnny May.
Johnny Main will come and run for Fesmeyer. That'll bring up Logan Ryan, the shortstop. Ryan is 0 for 2. And that'll bring a visit by Coach Josh Oltmans. James Ramos will come in relief. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports
Now
Network.
pitching for correction, Thomas Sawtell.
Thomas Sattel will come in and bat for Ryan, the shortstop. And James Ramos will be on the bump for the Tigers. Ramos comes in with just a hair of an ERA, just a hair under 10. Ramos' first pitch is a strike. Ramos has a 2-3 record with 15 and a third innings pitch, yielding 17 earned runs with 18 strikeouts.
That's why I'm getting this. I need some sugar. I don't like to fall asleep.
As Sliva did his duties to the umpire as he got nicked by a foul ball, so Sliva went out to talk to Ramos just to give home plate umpire a second. Kind of an unwritten courtesy rule if you're a catcher or the umpire. If the catcher gets hit in a bad spot, the umpire will take a little time to dust the plate off and give the catcher a little bit of time. If the umpire gets hit, a lot of times the catcher will do something to give the umpire a little bit of time. And it's tough being back there behind the plate for both of them. No balls, 2 strikes. Ramos kicks and delivers. Choppy ground ball. Smith will come up with it. The throw. In time for the out.
For the Bulldogs.
And that'll end the inning as Ramos comes in and does his job.
On base.
We'll be back.
We go to the bottom of the sixth.
In the bottom of the 6th, coming up is Anderson, Clausen, Jackson in this 4-2 ball game. Tommy Anderson will be leading things off for the Tigers as Nick Little's still out there. As Little has pitched 5 innings. First pitch is in there for a strike against Anderson. Second pitch just misses away. Count goes to 1-2 now. Little winds and delivers. Ground ball through the gap. Base hit for Anderson. He'll be on first with nobody out.
The designated hitter, Kevin Clausen.
Now it's Kevin Clausen. He's 1 for 2. Throw over to first, not in time. Anderson been caught twice, stolen 7 bases. The pitch is in there. Little checks Anderson, comes set. And the pitch, big swing and a miss. High foul ball. That'll go out of play. The pitch, up and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Little will go back on the mound. Anderson has a very good lead at first. Throw over, not in time. Some clouds starting to come in. A little bit of a overcast coming in here. Little throws over to first, not in time. The 1-2 offering is fouled away. Action in the Concordia pen. As there's a righty tossing. That'll be number 35. That's Jake Foskett. Freshman right-handed pitcher warming up in the Bulldogs bullpen. Wind dying down here. Line drive to left. Ball is down and fair. And here comes Anderson. He's going to cruise to third. There's runners on second and third with a double from Clausen. And nobody out. And the Tigers have something going here in the 6th inning, down 2. That's Clausen's second double of the game.
The second baseman, Chris Jackson.
That'll bring up Chris Jackson. Runners on second and third, nobody out. Jackson 0 for 2. Big swing and a miss to the pitch in the dirt. Should not have swung at that one, but he did. Pitch in the dirt, ball one. Little Cub set. A high fly ball to right. That should be way well enough to score Anderson, and it does as he'll cruise into home. And it's now 4-3 with the RBI sac fly.
First baseman, Eduardo Yanez.
From Chris Jackson, that'll bring Eduardo Yanez, who homered his last time up, and that looks like it might be the end of Little's day, but we shall see. And yes, it is. So we'll take a quick break. When we get back, Jake Foskett will be on the mound for the Bulldogs. And the first baseman, Eduardo Yanez, steps to play with one out and a chance to either tie or give the Tigers the lead with one swing of the bat. Jake Foskett with a 7.94 ERA. He's pitched 11 innings, shielded 10 earned runs in those 11 innings. First pitch, a slider, catches the outside corner. Big swing and a miss on a breaky ball outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out as Eduardo Yanez is facing Foskett. Big swing and miss on a slider, and down goes Yanez.
Center fielder Trent Jerry.
That'll bring up Jerry as Jerry tries to score the runner home with it being a 4-3 Bulldog lead. First pitch, Jerry. Slider in there. A high pop-up. So it will be Gailano. He'll make the play. And the Tigers strand 1, but they do get a run on 2 hits. We'll be back. The Tigers get 1 back. It's 4-3 Concordia as we go into the 7th inning here on the Doane Sports Network. Casey Berg will lead things off for the Tigers, the leadoff hitter against James Ramos. That ball is off the wall, and that'll be a double. Berg jumped on the first pitch from Ramos. And sent it to left field.
Second baseman Christian Mesa.
We get a run, they match it right away. After that happens.
Concordia scored 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth to total their 4 runs. Doane has scored 1 in the second and 1 in the fourth. Hard hit ground ball to Yanez. Yanez will walk over to first, but in the meantime, Casey Berg will get 90 feet closer to home.
Jason Galliano.
I'll bring up the first baseman, Jason Galliano. Oh no, grounded up the middle, and that'll get past Anderson, who was playing in. And it's now 5-3 on the RBI single scoring Casey Berg. Galliano now has 2 RBIs.
Right fielder Christian Montero.
That'll bring up Christian Montero.
Running for Galliano, first base, number 31, Jake Taylor.
Jake Taylor will be running. The freshman from Aztec, New Mexico will be running for Galliano. Big swing. No contact. Montero had a home run in game 1. In game 2, he's had a single and RBI and a 1-for-3 effort. Ball misses away. Ramos checks the runner. 1 out, 1-1 count. Ball misses inside. Looks like it kind of crossed up. Sliva. But the runner wasn't going. Big swing on a high fastball. Kind of taps his head in frustration. I'm sure that looked really good to Montero as he took a big cut. But not a pitch he wanted to necessarily swing on. Ramos gets a sign from Sliva, checks the runner, comes set. The 2-2. Fouled straight back. Ramos comes set, the 2-2. Runner goes. The ball's fouled away off the foot of Montero. Christian Montero's from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Ramos offering Mrs. Lone away. Line drive. Anderson to second to Jackson. Jackson to first, and the throw goes sailing towards the Doane dugout. But the throw probably would have not been in time.
Error.
Center fielder Jake Adams.
And a stolen base from Montero as the throw was almost a time by Sliva, but just able to get under the tag was Montero. Timeout called by the umpire. Count is 1-0 to Adams. Adams is 1 for 3. He has struck out his last 2 times up to the plate. Both of those were swinging. But both of those were against Whitehouse. Ramos comes set. Pop up towards left. Gliding to catch it is Haase. And that'll be 1 run on 2 hits for Concordia. 5-3 heading into the bottom half of the inning on the Doane Sports Network. Nathan Sliva, the catcher, will lead things off as Jake Foskett will come out again here in the bottom of the 7th. He recorded 2 outs in the 6th. High choppy ground ball to second. The throw is in the dirt and not gloved by Galliano. And what looked to be an easy play for Mesa is going to be chalked up as an error.
The left fielder, Ty Haase.
As Brandon Matez will come on and run for Sliva.
Sliva at first base. Number 5, Brandon Matez.
They'll bring up Ty Haase. And Matez now on first. Slide step by Foskett, the pitch upstairs. Curveball in there for a strike. Had Haase buckled. Haase is batting 189 on the year. Squared to bunt, pulled it back. 2-1. Haase squared around the bunt again and pulled it back. Now he's ahead 3-1. Ground ball up the middle. This could be 2. 6, 4, 3, not in time as Haase's speed was tough to double off.
The right fielder, Jacob Dewey.
I'll bring up Jacob Dewey. So Hosse's on first, grounded to fielder's choice. That'll bring up Jacob Dewey, who's 0 for 2 on the day. The pitch to Dewey, inside. Ball in the dirt. Line drive will go into left field, and that's a base hit for Dewey. Going to third will be Hosse, and advancing on the throw is Dewey. Really smart base running for Jacob Dewey. That'll be a mound visit for Concordia. That'll bring up Jake Smith, who is batting .316 with runners in scoring position. Not a significant jump from his normal average at .312. He does have 14 RBIs. First pitch is a breaking ball outside. Once again, Fosgett in there. Nobody out. Runners on second and third. This has been one of Doane's better opportunities of the game. As Fosgett catches the zone. The outside corner. Big swing on a breaking ball. And that pitch is swung on and fouled away. Slider away is. Seems like Fosgett is trying to stay away from Jake Smith. Line drive, and that'll be a base hit. This should tie it up as here comes Dewey around third, and he'll come to home. That's a 2 RBI single for Jake Smith, and we're tied at 5 here in the 7th.
The shortstop, Tommy Anderson.
That'll bring up Tommy Anderson with 1 out. First pitch to Anderson is a strike. Tommy Anderson is 1 for 2. He's quickly down the count 0-2. Throw to first, not in time. High pop up. That'll be caught by Nelson out in the left, and there's 2 outs with Kevin Clausen stepping into the box.
Designated hitter Kevin Clausen.
Ground ball to the hole, and that's going to be booted by the third baseman, Berg, and taking an extra base is Smith. Good awareness by Smith as he'll end up at third. And that'll be ruled a base hit for Clausen. That's going to be a very tough play for Berg.
Second baseman Chris Jackson.
First pitch is in there for a strike to Jackson. Jackson flew out his last time. It was a sacrifice fly. Now he doesn't have the luxury of having that in play with 2 outs. 2 out, batting average 259. A line drive to center. Going back and making the catch right at the warning track is Adams. Jackson gave it a good ride.
For the Tigers,
But
2 runs on 3
not
hits,
far
1
enough in the
Concordia
gap.
error, 2 left
2
on
runs on
base.
3 hits, 1 Concordia error. We're now tied at 5 going to the 8th.
It's 5-5.
Wade Council will lead it off in the top of the 8th. High pop fly to left, drifting over is Haase, and an amazing catch.
Oh my gosh, you got it.
But I'm also worried about him being okay as Brad Powell comes sprinting to the left field.
It's like Brittany the other day running into the.
It was one heck of a catch over on the fence at left field. We do hope he's okay.
Luckily, he didn't hit it. I don't think he hit a post.
No.
It was just the fence. The middle of the fence.
He splashed into the fence, kind of.
It kind of gave way even a little bit.
Really sacrificed his body flying into the chain link fence. We'll take a break. We'll be back on the Doane Sports Network. So we're back here at the Doane Sports Network. The good news is that Haase is walking off the field in his own power and doesn't look to be in critical condition. Might have had a little bit of a cut as he's holding something on his nose, but he seems to be, from my non-professional medical input, at least not in critical condition. And though I'm sure the great Doane athletic training staff will go and check him out and make sure that he's okay. But filling in for him in left field will be Brandon Matez. But it also cannot be talked about enough of how great of a catch that was leading up to the injury. So, while he's hurting in pain, he can think of how awesome of a catch it was. Yes. Sometimes when you have maximum effort, you have a tendency to get hurt.
The left fielder, Tyler Nelson.
First pitch is high. Second pitch also misses upstairs. Big swing and a miss on a changeup. Good pitch by Ramos. Ramos comes set. 2 balls, 1 strike. Now it's straight back. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Tyler Nelson, the left fielder, 1 for 2. Single and an RBI in the second. hit by a pitch in the 4th and flew out to left in the 6th. Good changeup by Ramos. Gets Nelson swinging. And there's 2 outs of the 8th.
Catcher Ryan Festmeyer.
First pitch to Fetchmeyer finds the outside corner.
But I still think he did the middle fence, didn't he, rather than the post?
He hit the fence. It was low, so there wasn't as much grip, but he had his right by the post.
Yeah, I didn't think it was the post, but it was close.
Ramos delivers upstairs. 1-1. Fessmeyer has had one heck of a day. A single, an RBI, and 2 doubles. A high fly ball and gone. So you can add to Fessmeyer's day a single, 2 doubles, and a home run. So you imagine he might enjoy a nice celebratory ice cream or something after this game, as he has earned it at the plate. And that is on also to be noted, probably fairly tired legs, as Fessmeyer has caught both the games of this doubleheader. And that is can be tiring, and he breaks the tie, and it's now 6-5 as he took what looked to be maybe a changeup from Ramos that caught way too much of the plate, and he made him pay. The bunt is fouled straight back. And that just adds to the total of amount of times that people try to bunt, at least lately in these GPAC games, and have popped them foul. A lot of attempts and not a lot of success at bunting. A high fly ball to center. Jerry will make the catch. And Doane will go into the bottom of the 8th. Down 1 after the big fly by Fessmeyer. Eduardo Yanez up at the plate as he'll go with Foskett. And a swing and a miss at the curveball. And I'm not obviously in Concordia's pitch calling camp, but it'd be very hard for me to throw Eduardo Yanez a fastball right now. The last time he saw a fastball from a Concordia pitcher, it almost hit a car. And every time they've thrown a curveball, he's pretty much swung and missed. Off the end of the bat and foul. as Eduardo Yanez is now down in the count 0-2. And Yanez is known to be capable of a strikeout or two, 31 on the year. Yanez grounded out to the pitcher the first time, struck out in the sixth, but what has encapsulated his day so far in Game 2 was the solo home run in the fourth. The first baseman from Mexico City, Mexico, the sophomore. And a curveball, strike three, swinging.
Center fielder Trent Jerry.
And Eduardo Yanez saw 0 fastballs in that pitch sequence. And probably a smart idea from Foskett, as Jerry will step into the box. Curveball in there. And there is some activity in the Concordia bullpen. So I'm sure there's activity in their dugout too, but that's not as exciting. And got him looking. So back-to-back strikeouts for Foskett.
Catcher
And that'll bring up Nate Sliva.
Nathan Sliva.
What it looks like who is pitching is warming up is Desmond Pineda, the right-handed pitcher, the freshman from Inglewood, Colorado. That also is judging by my best eyesight down the left field line, so. Want to know the count to Sliva as he fouls one straight back off the mask of the umpire. Count goes to 1-1. Sliva is 0 for 3, but he does have, 0 for 2, but he does have an RBI. Sliva squared around. Not sure if he had any intention of bunting, but maybe just see it if he could throw off Concordia a little bit. A high fly ball deep to left, and it is gone! And it's a tie ball game. Nathan Sliva to left, and it has been home runs everywhere as the wind has shifted to blow out here in Game 2, and Nathan Sliva ties the ball game up at 6 here in the 8th inning with a big fly to left.
Solo home run for Nathan Sliva.
Six to 6 ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. As it looks like Evan Germansky is going to bat for Brandon in place of Brandon Matez, who came in for defense. But somehow this conversation is taking a minute, so we'll wait a second until we know what's going on. As of now, it looks like Evan Germansky is going to go step to the plate. We're going to take a break. So Evan Germansky's batting for Matez, and a little clarification on what was being talked about. Since Matez came on because there was blood for Hossie, it doesn't technically count as a substitution against the Tigers. In that case, Brandon Matez can re-enter in his spot in left field if the Tigers so choose. So some wild rule stuff for you. I don't expect you to understand it completely because I don't. But nonetheless, Evan Germansky is at the play here in the 8th inning. Voskett has pitched 2 1/3 today. He's given up 3 runs. Only 2 of them have been earned. He has 3 strikeouts. And Germansky walks. And now we'll see if he runs.
The right fielder, Jacob Doane.
And now Ty Hossie, his blood's cleared up, so he's back. Which is really good to see because he went flying to the fence. It looked very bad. I'm not going to lie to you.
Base, number 34, Ty Hossie.
But Hossie will come back into run, and then he'll come out in the field. And now we also have a pitching change. So we'll be back. Jacob Dewey pulls on the first pitch to right, and then it'll be caught by Montero. So Desmond Pineda came in and did his job in the most efficient way possible with one pitch. But the Tigers tied up with a run on the solo home run by Sliva. It's 6-6 as we head in the 9th. Don't go anywhere as this is going to be very exciting on the Doane Sports Network. Manny Armendariz comes and pitches the ninth. As now we have more talk about some substitution things.
Their coach brought it up, and they know all about it.
And Armendariz should have to go change his shirt. So we'll take a break. Armendariz changes his shirt and delivers the first pitch for a strike. So after all that, first pitch strike to Casey Berg, who is 1 for 4 with a double his last time up. And he gets a leadoff single. Armendariz is the closer for Doane, but he has not had great numbers so far this year, as he's has an ERA of 8.61. He has a 1-4 record, only 2 saves in 23 innings pitched, and has given up 22 earned runs with 16 walks. Casey Berg has 10 stolen bases, only been caught once, so don't be surprised if he leaves. Mesa squares around the bunt and then makes Armendariz throw him a strike. Mesa is 0 for 4. Tigers have done a good job eliminating him as he comes in with a .341 batting average. Armendariz comes set. 1-1. Squared around a bunt, and it'll roll foul. The count now goes 1-2. Armendariz comes set. Jams him. Pop up. Caught by Jackson. Good job by Armendariz to get in tight on Mesa. Good stop by Sliva, but a very good read by Berg as he moves up to second on the wild pitch. Curveball in there. Good pitch. High pop up. It's going to go out of play. Armendariz comes set. The 1-2. Ground ball up the middle. And that'll score Berg. And it's now 7-6.
So much for that, kids.
So Armendariz would be the pitcher of record if this score would be to end.
You just can't get over the hump on these guys. You just keep butting back in.
The right fielder, Christian Montero.
Christian Montero will step up. 1 for 4 on the day. He grounded to fielder's choices last time. Did have a single and an RBI in the 5th. Had a home run in game 1. Christian Montero. Once again out of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
Great swingers. They swing the bat and they come out swinging. No doubt about that.
Big swing on the high fastball. That's the second time we've seen Montero swing a high pitch and then continue to hit his head with his bat. One ball, one strike. Galano does have 2 stolen bases. He's at first. Fastball swung right through. The count goes 1-2. Infield shading Montero to pull, outfield as well, just a little bit. Nothing too dramatic, though. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Armendariz delivers. Got him looking with a good pitch on the outside corner, and that'll bring up Jake Adams, the center fielder.
Center fielder Jake Adams.
I don't understand baseball, but in major leagues, these guys take them right down to 5 swing. Just, I don't know what they're looking for.
For their pitch.
A ball, I guess.
Armendariz comes set, slides step, misses on the outside part of the plate. Adams singled in the first and came around to score, struck out twice and flown out since then.
Rick, who's their pitcher for record? 35? Oh, Pineda.
Armendariz checks the runner, slide step, jams Adams, but it's a foul ball off his foot. Doane lost the first game 3-0, where Wade Council threw a gem of a game in a 3-hitter shutout. And now in game 2, it's been a back-and-forth seesaw battle here in this 9-inning game, but right now Concordia leads 7-6 in the 9th. The Tigers have had 7 total errors on the day, 5 in the first game, 2 in this one. Armendariz comes set and a line drive right at Jackson. That'll do it. So the Tigers go into the 9th, bottom of the 9th after surrendering 1 run on 2 hits.
No errors, 1 left on
Down
base.
1, 7-6 as they'll be down their last 3 outs, trying to avoid the 4-game sweep against the Concordia Bulldogs. We'll be right back
Bottom of the 9th inning.
on the Doane Sports Network. And with 3 outs to go, it'll be the top of the order against Desmond Pineda. Once again, Desmond Pineda came in with a 3 ERA and 15 innings pitched with 1 save. He's yielded 5 earned runs in those 15 innings. So it'll be Smith, Anderson, Clausen. If any of those guys get on, it'll be Jackson. First pitch is high and tight. Once again, if you're noticing something different in our broadcast, we do have a camera out in the outfield. Hopefully that adds to your viewing pleasures as the fastball from Pineda catches the outside corner. Pineda kind of has somewhat of a jerky motion as he kind of catapults the ball through the zone. The count is now 2-1 after that ball in the dirt. Smith had a two-run RBI single in the 7th as he swings and misses on a pitch out of the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. When batting leadoff, Smith is batting .333 compared to his .318 average. High chopper, he's going to have to hurry. And the throw is in time by a half a step from Logan Ryan.
Shortstop,
Good play
Tommy Anderson.
by Ryan to retire Smith by a half a step, and that'll bring up Tommy Anderson with one out in the bottom of the ninth. Tommy Anderson, 1 for 3, does have a run. Curveball. Misses upstairs. In the dirt. Ball 2. Two balls, one strike to Anderson. Pineda winds and delivers, and that ball is fouled away to the right side out of play. Clausen will be next. If anybody gets on, it'll be Chris Jackson. Fouled away. Anderson batting .364 on the year. He has a .462 on base. 11 doubles, 3 triples, 1 home run. 19 walks and 9 strikeouts. So a guy that does put the ball in play. As Anderson steps back into the box. Ground ball to second. Good stop by Mesa. He'll pitch it over to first, and the Tigers are 1 out away from being swept in this 4-game series by Concordia. First pitch is a strike to Clausen. Clausen has had himself a day with 2 doubles, a single, being 3 for 4. Second offering is inside. The 1-1. Fouled away. One, two, just misses. That was a tough take for Kevin Clausen. That was just an inch away from being the ball game. And Clausen walks. That'll bring up Chris Jackson. If he is to get on, it'll be.
That's what I thought.
And Clausen little bit too eager to trot over to first. Kind of had me fooled a little bit too, to be honest, but he almost sold everybody that he walked, even though he didn't. We'll step back in with a full count. Not necessarily the best time to not know what the count is when it's the 9th inning and 2 outs and you're down 1. And he swings and misses strike 3, and that's the ball game.
For the Tigers,
A 4-game series sweep for Concordia.
Here are your totals for Concordia.
As Concordia picked up 1 in the top of the 9th to break the tie and slam the door on Doane.
1 error, 6 left
Your
on
totals,
base.
I'll go ahead and read them for you real quick. For Concordia, 7 runs on 12 hits, 2 errors, 7 left. For Doane, 6 runs on 8 hits, 1 error, 6 left.
Your totals for Concordia, 7
Once again, Manny Armendariz will be the losing pitcher of record. And
6 runs, 8 hits, 1
for
error,
Concordia,
and 6
Pineda
left
will
on
get
base.
the win
Pineda, the winning pitcher.
for
For
Concordia.
And Armendariz is the losing pitcher for Doane.
So once again, Doane lost the first game 3-0, lose the second game 7-6. I'm Clayton Harrison. Thanks for tuning in to the Doane Sports Network on YouTube. I'm signing off. Have a good day.